Yes.
Oh, excellent. I'm appointing the Public Defender's Office for you. There's no bond on the warrant, so you're going to have to wait up to 15 days for Broward County to pick you up. The reset date here is April 30th to make sure you're transported to Broward County. They usually come once a week, so you shouldn't have to wait that long. Have a good day.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I was gonna ask how long do they take because
Hopefully this week or next week, but it shouldn't be that long.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Mr. Robert Ranson. Good morning, sir.
Good morning,
So
ma'am.
you got the warrant from Broward County issued on February 11th of 2025, $250 bond. So if you can pay that bond, I believe you wouldn't have to go to Broward, but doesn't he have that warrant from another state?
Yes, I still have the Arizona thing going on.
So there's a hold for that Arizona that will follow you to Broward County. Are you going to be able to pay that bond or you don't know?
I'm gonna wait to go to Broward and see what they do with because it's a driving while license suspended, a misdemeanor, and then if they can't, I'll just pay the bond and go to Arizona.
Sounds good. So let them know when you get there that you have the warrant from Broward. I mean, the warrant from Arizona, so they'll make sure they get notified promptly if you bond out.
Yeah, and also, I just finished this case. I have the 8 years probation, so maybe they can put it all together and whatever.
Yeah, I hear you. Good luck to you. The reset date will be April 30th to make sure he's transported to Broward. They usually come once a week. You shouldn't have to wait that long.
Yes, I'm pretty sure. So thank you so much. So everything is straightened out now.
All right.
From yesterday. Yesterday was a big confusion.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
What do you want first? This one? That's huge. Corrections first, then the private lawyer. Huh? All right, now we have Carlos Carolero.
Good morning, Rebecca Corey, Assistant Public Defender.
He's on page 4.
We'll need the Spanish interpreter, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested for possession of cocaine, possession of a controlled substance called crystal meth, possession of drug paraphernalia. I will appoint the Public Defender's Office for you.
Buenos días, señor. Usted ha sido arrestado por posesión de cocaína, posesión de sustancia controlada, metanfetamina en cristales y posesión de artículos para el consumo de narcóticos. Le designo a la Defensoría Pública para que lo represente.
There's probable cause for the charges. Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
Hay motivo fundado para los cargos. La fiscal ha dicho de que si sale bajo el programa pretrial estaría bien. La señora juez le pregunta, ¿hace cuánto que vive en Miami?
13 años.
13 years.
Pretrial services, alternate bond, $2,500, count 1 for the possession of cocaine, $2,500, count 2 for possession of the crystal meth, and count 3, $500 for the drug paraphernalia.
Bien, se le libera de la cárcel, señor, bajo la figura del programa Pretrial Services, $2,500 para el cargo 1, posesión de cocaína, $2,500 para el cargo número 2, posesión de metanfetamina en cristales y $500 para posesión de artículos para consumo de narcóticos.
Okay, have a nice day.
Bien, que tenga buen día.
Next is Reynaldo Peraza, page 6.
Judge, he's out on felony bond F-26-6192, and he'll be going to DV court next.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for strong arm robbery and battery. It's from April 2nd. I will appoint the Public Defender's Office for you. Sir, are you currently living with the victim, Miss Diana Pina?
Give me on it. No,
Do you have to go to her
No,
home?
Judge.
I was in Tampa
Do
living.
you need to get any of your stuff at her house?
Man, she got all my
Okay, yes, Miss Corey has all her stuff. Okay, sir, so there's.
Yes, Judge, if he could, he would like to be able to get his things. He hasn't been able to.
That's fine. There's probable cause for the charges. You're out on bond, so you have a hold to see Judge Brinkley on case F-26-6192. Are we sure that case is before
The date
April?
of arrest is March 27th, so the hold is proper.
All right, sir, stay away from the alleged victim, Diana Pina. no contact with the alleged victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and follow receipt with the court. And you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail. You must be accompanied by a police officer so that you can retrieve your personal clothing, health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools. If you go to the victim's home without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested. Do you understand the stay away order?
Yes, ma'am.
It's, what do you want, 5 and 1?
He's got the hold anyways, that's okay.
Huh? 5,000 count 1, 1,000 count 2. Good luck to you, sir. When? Did I make a mistake? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting dyslexic in my old age. Yeah. Lucky you checked. Next we have Wesley Correa, page 7. Is he joining us today? He got a special invitation. The order to appear. And Mr. Correa there, please.
He's coming.
This is the one with the stay away order. You said should be non-domestic. Good morning, sir. Mr. Correa, you were arrested for 2 cases. There's strong arm robbery, battery by strangulation, tampering with a victim, criminal mischief over $1,000. The other case is unlawful activity with a minor, contributing to the delinquency or dependency of a child, and resisting an officer without violence. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Though I believe there was pretty much probable cause in everything. We may have had one issue. Yeah. So, sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, whose initials are AB. That's the same victim in both cases. That's the 17-year-old child. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, school, and any place of employment at all times. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
Yes, ma'am. That's 100% fine.
Okay, thank you. So you also are out on bond or probate, out on felony bond for F-26-1454. So you're going to see your judge tomorrow. So we'll start in case F-26-7292. There's probable cause for everything. Count 1, strong arm robbery. That will be $7,500 bond. Count 2, battery by strangulation is $5,000. Count 3, tampering with a victim, $2,500. Count 4, criminal mischief. I don't know who's about.
You found probable cause for second degree misdemeanor, no value.
Oh, okay, that was $150 for. Then the next case, F-26-7293, count 1, the unlawful activity with the minor is a second degree felony, $7,500 bond. Count 2, contributing to the dependency or delinquency of a child is $500. Count 3, resisting an officer without violence is $500. All right, have a good day, sir. Next, we have Hubert Washington, page 12. He's out on bond, hold for F-26-3443, F-26-6777. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for burglary to an unoccupied structure and petty theft. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So this is from yesterday. So it's alleged somebody's chainsaw and tool set was stolen, and there's a camera, video camera footage of this.
Can you make me a co-host, please?
What?
Can you please make me a
Co-host?
co-host? Yeah.
Okay.
So we've got a conviction. Hold on. It is F-25-21106.
F-25 what?
21106, a conviction for petty theft, 2 or more convictions. And that was from January 5th of 26.
All right, so there's probable cause for the petty theft, 2 or more convictions charge, also probable cause for burglary to the unoccupied structure. Isn't it maybe a dwelling? I'm not sure.
It talks about a backyard.
The dwelling. So count one's burglary to a dwelling. I think it's occupied, but he says,
But it's a shed.
but it's within his backyard of the curtilage.
Your Honor could set the structure bond, it's fine.
Okay. So you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Gerardo Della Maza. No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and place of employment at all times. Count 1 will be $2,500. 2 is $2,500. And you'll see your judge tomorrow. Good day, sir. Next case is Donald Will, page 17. Out on bond, hold for F-26-1066A. Do you have them there?
He's coming, Judge.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested for two counts of, I'm sorry. You were arrested for 1 count of possession of heroin, 1 count of possession of cocaine. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. You're out on felony bond. You have a hold to see the division judge tomorrow. There is probable cause for both the possession of heroin and possession of cocaine. It's a $2,500 bond each count. Good luck to you. Next is Robert Chesham. Robert Chesson with page 18. Added charge. I don't see anything about prior convictions. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for petty theft, 2 or more convictions. It's from March 12th of 2026. This is an added charge. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for petty theft. State, are you going to show priors or no?
I didn't pull them. If Your Honor, just leave it at the misdemeanor.
You are ordered to stay away from the Marshall store at 17966 Northwest 27th Avenue in Miami Gardens, Florida. You're not allowed to go to that store. You must stay away from there. There's probable cause for petty theft. Your bond is $150. Have a nice day. Next case, page 18, Marcel Johnson.
Refuse court.
Let me review.
We can waive it.
Appointed Public Defender's Office, waive presence. There's probable cause to the charge, $25 bond. Ms. Epp, you have the victim.
Yes. The victim is Francisco Perez.
Thank you.
Your Honor, is it 2,500?
Yes, ma'am. Next is Miguel Rojas, page 18, page
Refuse.
19.
Refuse court.
We can waive his presence, Judge. It's an added charge.
It's an added charge. Appointed Public Defender's Office, waive presence. There's probable cause to count 1. And count 2 is Scooter. So it's there's a probable cause for 1 and 2. Bond is 2,500, count 1. Oh, okay. Count 2, I don't see a value for the electric scooter. That will be $150. Next case is Calvin Johnson. Page 19.
Refuse. We'll waive his presence.
Appointed Public Defender's Office, waive presence.
Victim is Isaiah Jones.
Thank you.
There's probable cause to the charge. Bond, appoint Public Defender's Office, waive presence. Bond is $2,500. Juan Rodriguez, page 20.
Refuse.
We'll waive his presence.
Appointed Public Defender's Office, waive presence. There's a public cause for the charge.
Victim is Christopher Flores with a Z.
Right,
Thank
the
you.
Bond is $2,500. It's probably- We have Cedric Jackson, page 20. Hi, Mr.
Refuse.
Jackson. You were arrested for retail theft. It's an added charge. I will appoint the Public Defender's Office for you. So it says you removed 2 rotary hammers valued at $1,100 from the Harbor Freight store from April 19th of last year. There's surveillance. I will appoint the Public Defender's Office for you. Probable cause for the charge, $2,500 bond.
Judge, would you consider any reductions in bond? Mr. Jackson's having a hard time with posting any bond.
He's got a fugitive warrant, bench warrant, state's requesting the bond that Your Honor set.
Let me look at this. He has 2.
He's also got a prior prison sentence. Let me see where it's from.
You didn't give me a stay away order from the Harbor Freight store. You want that?
I thought I did.
No, I don't see one. You would not pull it up. Stay away from the Harbor Freight tool store at 1501, page 20, 1501 Northeast 163rd Street, North Miami Beach, Florida. I also set his bond at 15.
Judge, he's on probation until 2030 out of Broward for theft.
Do you know when he was put on probation? I'll have to write it.
Yeah, let's see. So he was put on probation December. And then it was for thefts out of Broward.
All right, $1,500 bond. Have a good day. Corrections, can I call out attorney Florentino Diaz on page 10?
Good morning, Your Honor. Happy to sign his behalf.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Diaz.
Morning, Judge.
So you were arrested pursuant to an arrest warrant charged with organized scheme to defraud. And also, it looks like a first-degree felony, second-degree grand theft, and 26 counts of third-degree grand theft. Are you attorneys here? Good morning. Do you want to please-
Yes, Mr. Florentino here. Judge, probable causes
I'm sorry. come on.
at Tappan, Mr. Probable causes has already been determined by a judge, which is the arrest warrant, so we're not contesting that.
Stated, is there any stay waivers?
I did not prepare a stay order.
Okay, so this is like a complicated fraud matter.
Yeah.
I'll find probable cause for the charges and set the bond on the warrant. That's what you're asking.
Yeah.
Count one, organized to defraud will be $10,000. Count two, the second degree grand theft will be a $10,000 bond. Then count 3 through 28. The third degree grand theft charges will be $1,000 each count. So sir, I don't see any other restrictions. The total bond should come to $46,000. You have a good lawyer. Please listen to what Mr. Tappas tells you. Thank you.
Good.
Can I call that a turn on page 14? There's just something important for the defendant. His grandmother?
I didn't hear the name, Judge.
Sorry. I don't know if that one works.
Which defendant?
Page 14, Armin Giles. Good morning, Mr. Giles. You were arrested for burglary to an unoccupied conveyance. This is a case from February 13th of 2026. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Your grandmother's in court. Good morning.
Good morning. Judge, I have a probable cause argument whenever you're ready.
Give me a second to review it.
So it's one of those cases where they follow somebody after they come out of a bank.
He's the passenger in the vehicle that followed the car into the gated community.
Yes, sure.
They followed the victim to his residence, then made a U-turn down the street. Once the victim entered the home, they drove up the street in the front of the victim's residence, and co-defendant exited through the rear driver's side door and runs up to the victim's vehicle, opens the driver's side door, reaches inside the vehicle and removes unknown items from within the vehicle, and then runs to the vehicle, his Nissan vehicle, to the rear door and then flees. They were able to identify co-defendant Walker as the driver. And so let's see. All right, so it says, all right, what's your argument? Then
So Judge, Mr. Giles is accused of being the front passenger. The person driving is alleged to be Mr. Walker. And then there's a third person that they're saying is a co-defendant who leaves out of the rear driver's side door, goes to the car, takes the item and comes back into the rear driver's side door area, and the car leaves. So there's nothing indicating any participation by Mr. Giles other than being a witness to a crime, Judge.
okay. David?
So Judge, the defendant definitely knew what was up because he was there at the bank and then he was in the car that followed the victim to the complex as the co-defendants were, stealing from the vehicle. But I don't know if it specifically says what he did, but it's clear he
had some knowledge of what was
aware,
going on.
right?
I don't know if they're going to charge him with accessory after the fact or anything like that.
So I have,
There's no allegation that he's assisting them to get away or assisting to take any of the money in any way, then there would be no accessory after the fact.
Or
But
it
at
could
this
be a
point, Judge,
conspiracy and help.
there's nothing indicating any sort of conspiracy, Judge. Just now being present during a crime and witnessing a crime happening, which is not a crime, Judge.
He's on probation. I guess.
So there's a probation violation affidavit that was filed in February of 24. So it does look like he is still on probation.
Judge, I would ask you find no probable cause. I am okay with a dollar bond since he has the probation warrant.
Okay, I'll find that there's no probable cause for the charge based on the fact that he didn't really, he hit a car and he was the driver. No peace for this case. I'll set the bond to $1, though.
Yes, please.
Go see the judge in the probation warrant. You'll see Judge tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Anything else, ma'am?
$1, Judge?
No, I'll set it at $1 just in case the state decides to file, but there's no probable cause. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Right, next case. Any other lawyers joining us? Oh, we have one. Nayurka Colina Alonso. One of the ladies. Are you able to bring in number 6 on page 2 correction?
She's coming in.
Yeah.
She's out on felony bond, F-26-6571.
Still trying to find it. Yep, I got it. Page 2. Nayurka Colina Alfonso. Let me promote the attorney. Where's Mr.
Hey, the
Rodriguez?
Spanish interpreter, please.
Mr. Rodriguez, you there? You gotta raise your hand. I found you. Good morning, ma'am. You were arrested for retail theft. It's from yesterday, April 14th.
Buenos días, señora. Usted fue arrestada por hurto en establecimiento comercial y esto data del día de ayer, 14 de abril.
Your attorney is here. Good morning, Mr. Rodriguez. You want to announce for the record, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Orlando Rodriguez on her behalf.
El abogado suyo se encuentra aquí y ha anunciado su nombre, Orlando Rodríguez, en representación suya.
I don't know if you had a chance to review the arrest affidavit, but there was surveillance. And your client was observed through CCTV concealing items inside a black purse and didn't pay and passed all points of sales without paying.
Your Honor, my great...
No sé si usted ha tenido la oportunidad de repasar el informe de arresto, abogado Rodríguez, pero hay video de vigilancia, hay material de video de circuito cerrado donde se observó a su cliente sustrayendo los artículos y colocándolos en una cartera negra y pasó por todos los puntos de pago sin pagar.
Your
And
Honor,
the value of the items is $1,404.
Y el valor de los artículos, perdón, es de $1,404.
Yes, Mr. Rodriguez.
my greater concern was whether or not they alleged that this occurred yesterday or if this is something that possibly predates her open felony, which is pretty recent.
Mi única preocupación es si de hecho esto ocurrió el día de ayer o si esto antecede al delito mayor de ella, que es bastante reciente.
This is from yesterday, April 14th at 12:18 in the afternoon.
Esto data del día de ayer, 14 de abril, a las 12:18 de la tarde.
Yes,
So-
I was aware the arrest occurred. Yes, I just wasn't sure when because they might have recognized her from a previous video and arrested her for a prior act. That's what I wanted to find out.
Sí, me doy cuenta de que el arresto fue el día de ayer porque la habían arrestado basado en un video anterior.
But I
From
guess not.
yesterday. All right, ma'am, you are ordered to stay away from the Aloe store at 101 Northeast 40th Street in Miami, Florida.
Señora, usted se le ordena que se mantenga alejada de la tienda Alo en la 101 Noroeste, 40 calle en Miami, Florida.
I'll set the bond. It's going to be $2,500, and you will see, there's a hold for you to see the division judge tomorrow for your open felony case.
Bien, le voy a fijar una fianza en el monto de $2,500. Tiene una retención para ver al juez el día de mañana por su caso de delito mayor.
All right, thank you. Have a good lawyer. Listen to what Mr. Rodriguez tells you. And it's
Bien.
before Judge Tinkler Mendez.
Bien,
Tinkerman.
gracias. Usted tiene un buen abogado. Escuche lo que él le aconseja. Su audiencia será ante la juez Tinkler Méndez.
Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thanks. Good day. And now page 1, Vivian Cardette. I'll call that one out.
She should qualify for
She's a bond out.
pretrial. Okay.
I'll call, is that one?
She's a bond out.
Bond out, great.
On which
Olivia Gomez Nunez.
refuse court.
Your Honor, review.
So there's probable cause for all the charges. Reset for the afternoon. You refused. Next case, Shantia McKyer.
Reset NBC.
Let me
Your
review.
Honor.
And so I'll find probable cause for the charge. Reset it for the afternoon. Lourdes Portuguese. Page 1.
Spanish, please.
Good morning, ma'am. You were arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon with prejudice, 2 counts. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Buenos días, señora. Usted fue arrestada por asalto agravado, con un arma mortífera y con prejuicio. 2 acusaciones. Le nombro a la Defensoría Pública para que la represente.
The state's requesting a bond plus house arrest.
La Fiscalía solicita fianza más arresto domiciliario.
Do you know when she entered the country?
¿Sabe cuándo ella entró al país?
No.
No.
Corrections, does she have any type of immigration hold?
Agentes carceleros, ¿tiene ella algún tipo de auto de detención de parte de inmigración?
You don't see anything? Okay. There is probable cause. Well, what's the 2 counts of aggravated assault with prejudice? I see once when she tries to run her down, the other time she grabs a water hose.
No, I think she
She accelerated her vehicle towards the victim. The victim's a postal worker who was just working, delivering her mail. But the fact that her
I think
child
she
went
did it
over,
multiple times, Judge.
her child goes over to speak to the victim and she yells at her, "We don't speak to," when she uses the N-word. The victim
Bien.
says she's just delivering the mail. Then she grabs a water hose and sprays the victim with water. Something's not right here.
Bien, la señora juez ha dicho de que usted trata de atropellar a la víctima, que era una trabajadora postal del correo tratando de entregar la correspondencia, luego trata de rociarla con una manguera y le dice el insulto concerniente a la raza.
So then she got into her, she was in her vehicle, accelerated the car towards the victim, who had to move back, and then she reversed and did it again.
Y luego ella estaba en su vehículo, aceleró el vehículo contra la víctima, ella tuvo que hacerse para atrás y luego lo hizo nuevamente.
And then there's a witness said she went in the house to start to put bullets in her gun in the room.
Y luego hay un testigo
wow.
que dice que ella entró a la casa y comenzó a cargar munición o balas en uno de
Alright.
los cuartos.
So I believe there would be probable cause for 2 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon with prejudice.
Así que yo creo que hay motivo fundado para las acusaciones de asalto agravado con arma mortífera.
You are
Dos
ordered to stay
acusaciones.
away from the alleged victim, the postal worker whose name is Jasmine Brantley.
Se le ordena que se mantenga alejada de la presunta víctima, la trabajadora del correo, Jasmine Brantley.
No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto alguno con la víctima, ya sea directa, indirectamente, en persona, por escrito, por teléfono o a través de terceras personas.
And no contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means.
Y no puede tener contacto alguno con la víctima a través de redes sociales o a través de ningún medio electrónico.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school and place of employment at all times.
Y usted deberá mantenerse a un mínimo de 500 pies de distancia de la persona de la víctima, de su residencia, de su centro de estudios y de trabajo y en todo momento.
And if the victim is still delivering mail at your home, you better avoid her and stay in your house or go the other way.
Y si la víctima todavía está entregando la correspondencia en su casa, más vale que usted la evite o se vaya en dirección contraria.
I'm also adding that you may not use or possess a firearm or ammunition while this case is pending.
También voy a agregar que usted no podrá utilizar ni poseer un arma de fuego ni munición mientras que este caso esté pendiente.
Ms. Corr, anything you care to say before I enter my ruling?
Nothing at this time, Judge. Thank you.
All right, State, what do you want for the bond?
Standard plus house arrest.
Bien, Fiscalía, ¿qué desea usted en cuanto a la fianza? El monto reglamentario de la fianza más arresto domiciliario.
All right, count 1 and 2, the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon with prejudice will be $7,500 for count 1 and $7,500 for count 2.
Bien, para los cargos números 1 y 2, asalto agravado con arma mortífera y con prejuicio. Cargo número 1, $7,500. Cargo número 2, $7,500.
And what is the point of the house arrest, State?
I believe that she's dangerous. She attempted to run over a postal worker multiple times. she was attempting to load a pellet gun. I believe she's a danger to the community.
Bien, Fiscalía, ¿cuál sería el propósito de solicitar el arresto domiciliario? Bueno, yo creo que ella es una persona peligrosa. Ella trató de atropellar a un trabajador postal múltiples veces y luego también trató de cargar una pistola de aire comprimido.
I just want to be clear, you cannot own or use or possess any pellet guns or other types of guns while this case is pending.
Solamente quiero estar clara de que no puede ser dueña ni poseer ningún tipo de pistola de aire comprimido ni ningún tipo de pistola.
It's
Mientras,
also going to be, sorry,
mientras que este caso esté pendiente. Thank you.
plus house arrest with a GPS monitor, level 3 house arrest, curfew 11 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Además, le impongo el arresto domiciliario con monitor satelital nivel 3. El horario de la casa es de 11 de la noche a 6 de la mañana.
All right, have a nice day.
Bien, que tenga usted un buen día.
Next is Dawn Hutchinson.
She would qualify for pretrial or TAP, depending if she's got somewhere to stay.
We got another private lawyer here. All right. Good morning, ma'am. You were arrested for I'm sorry, this is Miss Hutchinson? Okay, ma'am, you were arrested for possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for the charges. Do you have a place to stay?
Yeah.
You have an
Yes.
address? All right, pretrial services alternate bond, $2,500, count 1, 500, count 2. Have a nice day. What about Mayurka Tillman? Is she there?
Refuse court.
There's probable cause. You want to waive her presence?
What happened to Miss Tillman?
Refuse.
Away for president.
Appoint the public defender's office, waive presence bond is $2,500.
Victim is India Comer.
Thank you.
Next, Jermela Jones, page 3. Good morning, ma'am. You were arrested for driving with a suspended license, third or subsequent conviction. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
So Judge, she has a DUI arrest from August of last year. It looks like Tennessee.
There's probable cause for the charge. Michelle? All right. No driving, ma'am, unless you have a valid license. Pretrial services alternate bond, $2,500. Next, Portia Durham. Portia Durham. Page 3. You find that one? Oh. Mr. Del Villar, your client's not on the calendar. Good morning, ma'am. You were arrested for organized scheme to defraud unlawful use of a communications device, money laundering, and fraudulent use of personal identification and grand theft. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. This looks like it goes back to June of 2024. The victim got a text message to confirm a debit card transaction, and after responding to the message and declining the transaction, she gets a call from a phone number reflecting to be from an educational federal credit union. So she answered. The caller advised her representative from the credit union and wanted to assist her with the possible fraud being conducted on her account. They verified the victim using her work email address. Once they gained the caller gained the victim's trust, they asked for her online banking credentials and for the 6-digit security code, which was a multi-factor authentication number. So the victim provided her account information, and then the caller obtained access to her online banking account and changed the victim's email on file to another email, and then conducted internal transfers from 2 now closed accounts held by the victim, totaling $7,900. Transfer was sent to the account number, and the account holder then transferred the money and $600 from another account to another closed account. Shortly after the transfers were complete, the account holder conducted an internal transfer of $7,900 from his account to another account that same evening. Ms. Portia Durham is the account holder of the number ending in 8414105. So that was one of the original bank accounts. So once Ms. Durham received the $7,900 internally, she transferred $3,000 from her account to another account. And that same evening transferred $2,000 to a Cash App account, and then purchased 2 money orders from Walmart for $2,894.74. So that's a rather intricate fraud scheme. Unfortunately, it happens way too often here when the victim voluntarily gives their information out to somebody on the phone.
The state's requesting a bond plus Nebula.
Ma'am, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim whose initials are RC. No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school, and place of employment at all times. So no calling, texting, or emailing the victim either. Ms. Corr, anything before I rule?
Judge, I do not see any prior convictions or withholds for Ms. Durham. Would Your Honor consider pretrial services?
Absolutely not. Not based on this type of charge. It should not warrant withdrawal. Victimizing somebody like this. I'll set a bond. Count 1, organized fraud, $2,500. Count 2, unlawful use of a communications device, $2,500. Count 3, money laundering, $2,500. Count 4, fraudulent use of personal identification, $2,500, and count 5, grand theft, $2,500. So state a nebia for a small bond like this.
The state is requesting a Nebula.
That's all it's doing is making her stay in jail longer.
Judge, I would request no nebia.
I'm not gonna do a nebia. You have to hear
It's over state's objection.
if she's found guilty. There's no nebia requirement. Stay away from the victim. Good day, ma'am. Next, we have Carlos, I'm sorry, I'm gonna call out of turn. Arking Passmore on page 12, his father's in court. Video, you want to adjust the camera? Good morning, Mr. Passmore. You were arrested for an attempted armed carjacking. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. You're the dad?
Yes,
Good morning, sir.
good morning.
It's a case from yesterday. Let me review this. Victim said that Defendant threatened him with a knife. Victim returning to the vehicle, which he parked temporarily outside a store in North Miami Beach. Victim said that defendant approached him, telling him to hand over his car keys. Victim said that while defendant told him to surrender the keys to him, he also brandished a knife, which he was carrying inside the front portion of his trousers. Victim said he became concerned for his safety and decided to run away from the scene and run away from defendant. Victim said defendant at first had been following, but then stopped and left the opposite way on foot, heading northbound on the plaza. The victim then said he waved down a patrol officer. Officers followed. The defendant detained him without incident. He was escorted by the police where defendant was detained. The victim was escorted to where the defendant was detained and positively identified Mr. Passmore as the person who made threats to him. So it looks like an attempt. Why do you give me a motion state? It's an attempted.
It's an F1.
Attempted armed carjacking should be dropped down one to an F2.
Judge, I think that,
Because it's with a knife, because it's armed?
yeah, and corrections, where's the fugitive hold from?
Broward County,
Is there a bond?
no bond.
Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim. Mario Mentor, no contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and place of employment at all times. So the state filed a motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing. Because it's a first-degree felony, I'm required to grant the motion and hold him with no bond. So you're going to see a judge tomorrow. It's going to be before Judge Gamez, in courtroom 2-3. That judge will set a final hearing on the state's motion for pretrial detention tomorrow, but it's no bond.
Okay.
All right, good luck to you, sir. And stay
All right.
away from the victim.
All right. Thank you.
I said, yes, stay away from Mario Mentor, the alleged victim. You got a courtroom 2-3 at 9 a.m. Judge Gamez.
What?
Courtroom 2-3, Judge Carlos Gamez. Next, Carlos Ramirez.
Judge, she has two AC no bond holds.
Thank you.
He's present, speaks English.
Good morning, sir. So you were arrested for possession of a controlled substance called fentanyl, trespass after warning, and it says obstruction or just obstruction, a first-degree misdemeanor. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. You're out on felony bond. It looks like for drug court. There's a hold for the two open cases, F21-116-11067 and F19-20989. So, sir, you are ordered to stay away from the property over at 352 Northwest 11th Street in Miami, Florida. You're not allowed to go to that property and you must stay away from there.
Count 3 should be false name.
Okay. So he had a dollar bill that had fentanyl. So count 1, there's probable cause for possession of a controlled substance called fentanyl, $2,500 bond. Count 2, trespass after warning is $500. And count 3, false name after arrest, that will be $500. Have a good day, sir. Next case, Reginald Watson. Page 4. Good morning, Mr. Watson. Sir, you were arrested for unlawful sexual activity with a minor. This goes back to January 4th of 2026. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Well, it talks about a lot of stuff, but I don't see the, 16-year-old, okay.
First line.
Yeah, that's there. There's probable cause for the charge. You are ordered to stay away from the 16-year-old child whose initials are DS. No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, school, and place of employment, if any, at all times. Bond is $7,500.
Judge, Mr. Watson does not have funds for a bond. He stays with his mom. Would Your Honor consider house arrest or ordering him into pretrial?
I've got a prior 12-year prison sentence and he's having sex with a 16-year-old girl.
He's a signal what? Oh, he doesn't qualify for pretrial setting a bond. Next, we have Manuel Kopp, page 4.
What was the bond for, Mr. Watson?
7,500.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Spanish.
sir.
Spanish.
Spanish, please. Sir, you were arrested for possession of cocaine. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Señor, usted fue arrestado por posesión de cocaína. Le nombraré a la Defensoría Pública para que lo represente.
There is probable cause for the charge.
Hay motivo fundado para el cargo.
Pretrial one? Okay, pretrial services alternate bond, $2,500. Have a nice day.
Bien, se le libera de la cárcel bajo la figura del programa Pre-Trial Services, confianza alterna de $2,500. Buen día.
All right, next we have Wilson Varela. I'll see you Thursday.
He's out on felony bond, F-25-27368.
Hold for the division judge. Good morning, sir. Do you speak English?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, get arrested for 2 cases. One of them is burglary to an unoccupied structure, another burglary to an unoccupied conveyance and grand theft. That's from April 4th. Then you have another case from April 10th, burglary, armed burglary to an unoccupied conveyance, grand theft of a firearm, and possession of a firearm, weapon, or ammunition by a convicted felon. You're also out on felony bond. There's a hold for you to see the division judge tomorrow for case F-26-7362. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So I need a review for probable cause. I'll start with F-26-73. Oh, the hold is for F-25-27368. I'm starting with F-26-7362. So it's a vehicle was broken into, and it looks like the victim's gun was stolen. It was stored in the center console. They reviewed video surveillance. So they saw him on a scooter. They found the firearm on him when he was observed by a park. And that was the stolen firearm from the vehicle. Victim gave the officer the surveillance footage. And he was also in possession of the light backpack that the person breaking into the car was wearing. He's also convicted of a felony, it says. So there's probable cause for the charges on F-26-7362. Count 1 is armed burglary to a conveyance. That's going to be no bond. Count 2, there's probable cause for grand theft of the firearm, $2,500 bond. And count 3, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon is $7,500. In the other case, you're ordered to stay away from the victim's the property, I'm sorry, at 377 Northwest South River Drive in Miami, Florida. Let me look at that, please. So the victim owns a large yacht. It was dry docked at the boatyard. He goes back to his vessel and discovers that a plotter has been removed without consent. A plotter, also known as a chart plotter, is an electronic navigation device used on vessels that integrates the GPS data with nautical charts to assist with navigation. The value of it was $2,000. They got surveillance video. Let's see. Of the person's wearing a blue backpack, face clearly visible. When he's seen removing the plotter and fleeing. The detective positively identified Mr. Varela as the person who committed this burglary from the boatyard. So there's probable cause for burglary to the unoccupied structure, $2,500, count 2. Burglary to the unoccupied conveyance, $2,500, count 3, grand theft of $2,500. Have a nice day.
Judge, no bond count, is that about a motion? Say
No,
file a-
that's pursuant to an Arthur hearing.
Okay.
Next is Jahad Malik, page 5. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for trafficking in cocaine. Can you afford to hire a private lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have money to pay for a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want me to reset the case in the afternoon to give you an opportunity to have a lawyer present in court with you? Or do you want to wait a lawyer's presence? I'll set a bond now. You hire a lawyer later when you get out of jail.
I set a bond now, and hire a lawyer.
Okay, just don't talk about the facts of the case. Let me review.
So it was 28.7 grams, so
So
just over the
Okay.
thresholds.
We'll give you the benefit of the doubt, find probable cause for possessing with intent to sell cocaine, bond is $7,500. Make sure you hire an attorney. That was just at the trafficking amount. I don't know if it was weighed within or outside the bag. Next is Trenton Williams, page 6. I guess, you know what, there was probable cause actually for trafficking technically, but I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt by setting the bond for the intent to sell.
We're gonna pass him.
All right.
For passing Williams,
Mr. Williams is getting passed. Can I have Williams? Paper, I just gave it to you, it's in your hand. Christian Cuba? Christian, Cuba, is he there?
Add a charge.
Good morning, sir. Got another case for retail theft, multiple items within or locations within 30 days. It's from January 13th. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
I think it's an M2.
He's left the store carrying 2 baskets filled with store merchandise. He may have a bondsman here.
Yeah.
So it's just probable cause for what, petty theft?
Yes.
You are ordered to stay away from the Navarro store at 4410 West 16th Avenue in Hialeah, Florida. You are not allowed to go to that store and you must stay away from there. There's no value listed. It would be an M2 misdemeanor, but 2 baskets full of items. I'm setting the bond at $500. Your bondsman's here. They'll get you out of jail. Have a good day. Stay out of that Navarro at 4410 West 16th Avenue in Hialeah. Eric Moore, page 8.
He's a fugitive out of Monk County, no bond.
Okay. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for solicitation for perjury, obstruction by disguised person, and false name after arrest. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
So it's not a solicitation. And I think it should be maybe 2 false names for 2 separate dates.
Okay. There's probable cause for perjury and resisting arrest and false name after arrest. Count 1, $2,500. Count 2, $500. Count 3, $500. And he has an in-state fugitive warrant from Monroe County.
Is there a bond on the fugitive warrant from Monroe?
No bond.
No bond?
Next is Urban Edie, page 8. Good morning, Mr. Edie. You were arrested for petty theft, 2 or more convictions. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Though he's stealing items from Walmart, $51.85. They were loss prevention recovered the stolen merchandise. Wants to press charges. He has, where does it say his prior convictions? Oh, he was arrested and convicted of petty theft, 2 or more convictions in Broward. You're ordered to stay away from the Walmart store at 19501 Northwest 27th Avenue in Miami Gardens. You're not allowed to go to that location. You must stay away from there.
So he's got some recent priors from Palm Beach, Broward County. So in Palm Beach, he was sentenced to 239 days in 24. And then in Broward, he's got a 15-day sentence from December of last year.
I'm setting a bond. It's $2,500. At a Walmart.
Judge, Mr. Edie indicates he cannot afford a bond. He's currently homeless. Would your honor agree to tap?
No. Too many restrictions, Tri-County area. Next we have is Nelson Rogers, page 8. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for aggravated assault with a firearm. Can you afford to hire a private lawyer?
Yes.
One way lawyer's presence and I'll set a bond.
No, I need like,
You have money to pay for your own?
no, ma'am.
You own your home?
I own my home, but tell me what is my own.
The public defender's office is for people who are indigent and have no money. If you own a home, and you got money, you can hire your own lawyer.
Well, I get a home, but I just have the money.
Well, then you're gonna have to sell your home or get a line of credit on it or equity loan, but you're not gonna get a free lawyer from me when you own a home. You can either waive a lawyer's presence or I can reset the case in the afternoon if you care to hire a lawyer.
Okay, I can hire it out. So talk to my wife. She can do
You
it.
want to waive a lawyer's presence now so that I can set a bond and you hire a lawyer once you leave jail. You can get out of jail quicker. You can either, I can waive the lawyer's presence for this hearing, and I'll set a bond now, or I can reset the case in the afternoon, and you can try and bring a lawyer to court if you want.
Okay, we said for the afternoon, but I'm,
You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim whose initials are JB. No contact with that alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, and personally, by telephone or through third parties, and stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and places of employment. So say, he had a Beretta BB gun that he pointed at the victim in a road rage. Is that enough for aggravated assault with a firearm state?
So it would be with a weapon.
Okay. Just call aggravated assault with a weapon. So what's in the afternoon for probable cause hearing? I mean,
No, for private attorney.
For private lawyer. Have a nice day. We'll see you later. Tell them we start at 1:30. Next, we have Vernon Kelson.
Judge, I think he misunderstood you. He wants you to set a bond, if that's my understanding.
yeah, I'm sorry.
You want
I'm
to
a
set a
little
bond?
nervous. I'm a little nervous. This is my first time in this.
Okay, I'll set a bond. What bond do you want to stay?
3,000.
Okay, $3,000 bond. Have a good day.
How much?
$3,000.
3,000? Okay.
Thank you.
And Judge, whenever you are ready, we do have a private attorney for Travis Ocampo on page 12.
Okay. Vernon Kelson.
Travis O'Connor, right?
Thank you.
Who did you call, Judge?
The next person.
Vernon Kelson, James, for the third time.
Sorry, Judge, we just couldn't hear you. You're away from your mic.
Got to point to the mic. 1 second. Good morning, Mr. Kelson. You were arrested. Was it a warrant?
Yes.
You were arrested pursuant to an arrest warrant. You are charged with 1 count of second-degree murder with a firearm. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Let me
Will be-
read your-
So she's probation.
That's in probation hold for F23419E.
And he's also a VFOS defendant.
Okay, let's see what it's about.
And we'll be invoking Mr. Kelson's right to counsel and his right to remain silent.
So it's an incident from March 21st of 2026 at 9:55 PM. So the spot shotter alert had notified the police of 54 rounds that were shot. Victim was discovered lying on the ground in the county swale by the West Guava Street, suffering from multiple gunshot wounds, and victim died. Victim and subjects were at an incident location. A large gathering was occurring. So it was revealed from their investigation that Mr. Kelson was the person who shot the victim and killed him. He produced a rifle, discharged multiple rounds at the victim, striking him repeatedly, and he stood over the victim and fired additional rounds before fleeing the scene. And then he used a cell number. Let's see. I'm sorry. And then I guess they did a cell site warrant as well. So, yeah. Not sure why it's charged as second degree. It sounds like first degree murder. There's probable cause, though, for what's alleged in the warrant. I'm going to grant the state's motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing, holding you with no bond. You will see a judge tomorrow. That judge will set a final hearing on the state's motion for pretrial detention. Good day, sir.
And Judge, we have Mr. Williams whenever you're ready.
All right. William Davis, page 9. Or is it, who'd you want? Trenton Williams? Oh, for the private lawyer? Who'd you want?
The private lawyers for Travis Ocampo. We have
I'm
Mr.
confused.
We have passed Williams.
We passed Williams. We have a
Not
private
here.
attorney waiting, and then we have with us now, Mr. Davis.
All right, William Davis. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for possession of a firearm, weapon, or ammunition by a convicted felon, but they put conspiracy. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Not a conspiracy.
So there's probable cause for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Your bond is $7,500. Have a nice day. I'm sorry, you want me to call now Trenton Williams on page 6?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you, the one I passed. And then let me call this one, okay. Good morning, Mr. Williams. You were arrested for battery by a detainee on another detainee. It's actually charged
Added
aggravated
charge.
battery by a detainee on another detainee. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. He slammed the victim on the ground. Victim became unconscious and victim had to go to the hospital where he still remains. There's probable cause for the charge. Your bond will be $15,000. Have a good day.
Judge will be invoking Mr. Williams' right to counsel and his right to remain silent.
So noted. Page 12, Travis Maciel Ocampo for private attorney. Mr. Maciel Ocampo is out on bond, but this, I don't know if his case predates it. Hi, Mr. Perez, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Can I explain what's going on here?
You want to wait to your clients here? You can hear all the arguments you're making.
Oh, he's not there yet. Okay.
They, can you run this case F25-223-060? Good morning, sir. Mr. Maciel Ocampo, you were arrested for grand theft, a second-degree felony, and fraudulent use of a credit card, a third-degree felony, and it's from October 23rd of 2025. Your lawyer is present. Good morning, Mr. Perez.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Ocampo has two other cases that
There's
are
no hold. It looks like this predates.
Excuse me, Judge.
Oh, no, the other one was October 13th. Yeah. Yes, corrections.
Judge Young, gave him house arrest yesterday on these two cases.
Okay, thank
F25.
you.
That's correct.
I think he needs to see Judge Young, though, because this case predates the other
Judge,
case.
we were in front of Judge Young yesterday, and what we did, he did a 90-day inpatient drug program. It finished. We went before the judge. He agreed to let him out under house arrest level 1, and we knew that they were going to serve him with this warrant yesterday. So what I'm asking is just put him up along with the other two house arrest level 1. We're working this case out in 10 days already with Rachel Morales, who's the ASA.
So Judge, there should be a hold, but if counsel is negotiated with the state and has approval of the judge, then I think it's okay.
Judge, as an officer of the court, I could state exactly what I stated, that I was before Judge Young. It's intention, level 1, and it should be on the jail card, level 1 GPS.
On count 1, there's only probable cause for a third-degree
great.
felony, not a second.
All right. So count 1 will be grand theft, $2,500 bond. Count 2, fraudulent use of a credit
So
card.
Judge, I think that what counsel wants to do is house arrest, alternate no bond with no hold.
Okay.
So we can go on house arrest on all 3.
Correct. So he can get out hopefully this afternoon. They're already working on the GPS.
Okay, house arrest, alternate bond, $2,500, count 1. $2,500, count 2. So it's No, the level 3, I'm sorry, level 1 house arrest, total
Correct.
lockdown. Is there a work exception or no?
Not yet, Judge, because we're gonna close this out in 10 days. We'll be before the
Okay,
court
level
again.
1 house arrest, and so no hold for the 2 open cases, F
Thank you, Judge.
25-22360 and F 25-23457.
Thank you. Thank you, State.
Thanks, Mr. Perez. Have a good day.
Good to see you, Judge. Bye-bye.
Now we have Abel Jimenez, page 9.
The Bonda?
Gregory Thorpe. Good morning.
ma'am.
Sir, you were arrested for possession with intent to sell cocaine within 1,000 feet of a church or convenience store. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
I don't think 8,000 feet.
Okay.
No, I don't see it either. But there's PZ for possession with intent.
There's probable cause for possession with intent to sell cocaine. Your bond is $7,500. Have a nice day, sir. Alan Gomez, page 9.
He's present, speaks English.
He's out on felony bond, F 26-7033.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested for possession of cocaine, attempted tampering with physical evidence, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. You're out on bond. There's a hold for you to see the division judge tomorrow.
So maybe it should be with intent. Gonna just set the bond as is because he's got the hold.
Right. Count 1, $2,500. Count 2, $2,500. Count 3 is $500. Have a good day, sir. Next is Dwayne Yates, page 10. Good morning. Mr. Yates, you were arrested for burglary to an unoccupied conveyance and grand theft. It's from March 2nd. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Not sure if I saw a value on the theft.
For the computer. If not, you can call in the officer. You want to call in the officer to get the value of the victim's computer?
We can set it for PCH.
Okay. Reset it in the afternoon for probable cause hearing as to count 2, the value.
But you're honest finding PC on count 1.
Yeah, count 1, there's probable cause. Count 2, no value. Reset for the afternoon. We'll see you later, sir. Next, we have Yuval Price, page 10. Good morning, Mr. Price. You were arrested for grand theft of a vehicle. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
How long have you lived in Miami for?
I literally just came back yesterday. I was living in New York and I flew in.
Just
And
got arrested.
Yeah,
Not good luck. There's probable cause for grand theft of the vehicle. Bond's $2,500. Good luck to you, sir. Next is Giovanni Gallegos Gonzalez.
Spanish, please.
Yeah,
Good morning,
immigration
sir.
hold.
You were arrested for petty theft, 2 or more convictions.
Buenos días, señor. Usted fue arrestado por hurto en menor cuantía, siendo esta la segunda o posterior condena.
It's a case from April 10th of 2026.
Es un caso que data del 10 de abril del 2026.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Le nombro a la Defensoría Pública para que lo represente.
Judge, he's out of probation for 2 cases and he also has an immigration hold.
Su señoría, él tiene libertad condicional 2 casos y también tiene un auto de detención de parte de inmigración.
There is probable cause for the charge of petty theft, 2 or more convictions.
Hay motivo fundado para el cargo de hurto menor, siendo esta la segunda o posterior condena.
You also have a probation hold to see your judge tomorrow.
También tiene un auto de detención debido a un caso de libertad condicional. Verá al juez mañana.
You are ordered to stay away from the Dollar Tree store at 968 Southwest 8th Street in Miami, Florida.
También se le ordena que se mantenga alejado de la tienda Dollar Tree en 968 Suroeste 8 Calle, Miami, Florida.
I'll set his bond at $1,500. Have a good day.
Le fijo la fianza en $1,500. Que tenga usted un buen día.
Next, Justin Torres. Page 13.
He has an immigration hold.
Okay.
We'll need the Spanish interpreter, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested for 2 cases. One is from March 3rd, domestic battery by strangulation.
Buenos días, señor. Usted fue arrestado por 2 casos. Uno de ellos data del 3 de marzo, agresión física por estrangulamiento de violencia intrafamiliar.
The other case is from March 22nd. The charges are robbery by sudden snatching and battery.
Los otros casos datan del 22 de marzo, robo por arrebatamiento y agresión física.
All right, I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Le nombro a la Defensoría Pública
Judge, I
para que lo
believe,
represente.
The private lawyer?
I believe the alleged victim was here. If Tiffany is here, if she can raise her hand. She had
Sus-
logged in before.
Su señoría, creo que la presunta víctima se encuentra aquí. Si puede levantar su mano, ella se había conectado anteriormente.
Ya está ahí. He's there.
Oh, she's here.
He has an immigration hold also.
Él también tiene un auto de detención por parte de inmigración.
And if Tiffany can unmute her microphone and turn on her video.
Y si la señora Tiffany puede abrir el micrófono y encender el video.
All right, good morning, ma'am.
Buenos días, señora.
Buenos días.
You can lower her hand. I don't.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, ma'am, raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
Señora, por favor, levante la mano derecha para prestar juramento.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are going to give in this proceeding will be the truth? If so, state I do.
Jura o afirma que la declaración que dará en este proceso judicial será la verdad. De ser así, dígalo, juro.
Lo juro.
I do.
Now, you put your hand down. What is your name, please?
¿Puede bajar su mano? ¿Cuál es su nombre, por favor?
Tiffany Lasprila.
Tiffany Lasprila.
Ma'am, are you afraid of Justin Torres?
No,
Señora, ¿le tiene usted miedo a Justin Torres? No,
I'm
no.
not afraid of him.
You said you're not afraid of him?
No.
No le tengo miedo a él.
Do you want the court to order him to stay away from you?
¿Usted quiere
No,
que
I
su
don't want to.
señoría Just a moment, please. ¿Usted quiere que su señoría le ordene a él que se mantenga alejado de usted?
No, I don't want to press charges.
No,
Okay,
yo no
thank
quiero formularle cargos a él. Bien, gracias.
State any questions?
No questions.
Fiscalía, ¿alguna pregunta? No hay preguntas.
No questions.
No hay preguntas de parte de la defensa.
Judge, the only thing is, I wrote up 2 stay away orders. I don't know if it's qualifies as domestic or not.
Lo único, señora juez, es que yo redacté 2 órdenes de alejamiento. No sé si califican como órdenes de violencia intrafamiliar.
Ma'am, have you ever lived with Mr. Torres?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Señora Torres, ¿alguna vez ha vivido con el señor Torres? Sí.
All right, so sir, I'm entering a modified stay away order from the alleged victim, Tiffany Lasprilla.
Bien, señor, estoy dictando orden modificada de alejamiento de la presunta víctima, Tiffany Lasprilla.
You are allowed to have contact with the alleged victim. You are prohibited from being physically threatening or violent towards her in any manner whatsoever.
A usted se le permitirá el contacto con la presunta víctima, pero se le prohíbe que dicho contacto sea amenazante o violento en manera alguna.
Also, do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs.
También no se involucre en ninguna actividad delictiva, ni use ni esté en posesión de narcóticos ilícitos.
And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition.
Y no utilice, compre, esté en posesión, ni porte arma de fuego, pistola, arma, ni munición.
You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and follow receipt with the court.
Usted debe de manera inmediata entregar cualquier arma de fuego, munición y licencia de porte de armas ocultas en la estación de policía más cercana a usted y presentar el comprobante en el tribunal.
You understand the modified stay away order?
¿Entiende las condiciones de la orden modificada de alejamiento?
Yes.
Okay. It's upsetting a bond. I understand it's going to be modified. He has an immigration hold as well.
Bien, le estoy fijando una fianza. La orden ha sido modificado y entiendo de que él tiene un auto de detención de inmigración también.
On F-26-7331, it's a $5,000 bond for domestic battery by strangulation.
En la causa F-26-7331, $5,000 de fianza. El caso es agresión física por estrangulamiento de violencia intrafamiliar.
Actually, the other case, it should be strong arm robbery. He punched her in her mouth and then, I'm sorry. He grabbed her phone, called her names, also punched her in the mouth before he fled with her phone.
Bien, y el otro caso, la acusación debe ser robo con fuerza porque él le agarró el teléfono, le dijo sobrenombres y luego le dio un puñetazo en la boca antes de huir con el teléfono de ella.
I'll leave the bonds, I'll leave it as count 1, sudden snatching, $2,500 bond. Count 2, battery is $1,000.
Y voy a dejar las fianzas de la siguiente manera. Cargo 1, robo por arrebatamiento, $2,500. Cargo 2, agresión física, $1,000.
All right, good luck to you both. Good day.
Buena suerte a ambos y buen día.
Now we have page 13.
And Miss Tiffany, if you can hold off on posting any bond, Mr. Torres needs to speak to his lawyer. It's probably not in his best interest to pay a bond at this time.
Bien, la defensa le indica a la señora Tiffany de que no pague ninguna fianza, que esto probablemente no es lo que más le conviene y que usted, señor Torres, debe hablar con su abogado primero.
Your Honor, I have a written statement that I would like to submit to clarify my position.
So that's not from this court now. You need to speak to the state attorney's office. It's their decision if they want to press charges. It's not up to me to
Okay,
file the
thank you, Your
formal
Honor.
charges.
Bien, la señora Lasprilla le ha indicado a la juez que tiene una declaración por escrito. La señora juez le ha dicho, esto no es para este tribunal, tiene que hablar con la fiscalía y ellos son quien deciden si le presentan cargos o no.
All right, good luck to you both.
Buena suerte a ambos.
All right, next you have Antoine Jean, please, page 13. Good morning, Mr. Jean. You were arrested for possession with intent to sell a controlled substance within 1,000 feet of a church or convenience store and possession of cannabis. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So it talks about it being a convenience store and a church. There's probable cause for count 1 and count 2. So count 1 is, what do you want, 15,000? It doesn't have a lot of priors. There's a prior no action for cocaine. I'll set count 1 at $10,000, count 2. You want an ROR or dollar?
An RR, please.
ROR, 2. Have a nice day. Willie Owens is next, page 14. So you were arrested for failing to register as required by law. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. I don't understand this. It says he's living at the residence with somebody who he's been involved with domestic violence. How is that a violation?
So he's having and had been involved in several domestic disputes with her.
Okay.
So
and
he's
how is that a
living at that residence for several years, and I think he's saying that he lives somewhere different.
Oh. Oh, okay. All right. I'll set the bond at $2,500. Have a good day.
So Judge, it's not really clear.
Sure, he says, hold on, he says he's transient, but he's actually been staying with her
A few nights.
right. But I think it says that he's supposed to register any permanent or temporary addresses.
So Judge, if being in a place a night is not residing there, I mean, residing there is where you have your stuff there, you live there.
Eating meals.
He says he's living there, but he has.
But it says, Mrs. Owens advised the defendant has been living with her since February. So he's supposed to, so it's been a long time that he's been staying there. And he's supposed to report any temporary addresses.
I'll set the bond. I'll give him a break. I'll set the bonds at 1,500. There's probable cause though. Next on page 14, Joseph Clark. He's out on bond hold for F23-2039.
I don't think I saw the mask.
Good morning, Mr. Clark. You were arrested for attempted strong arm robbery. There's no mask and battery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for count 1 and count 2. Ma'am, sir, do you have to go to the victim's home to get any personal belongings?
Okay, no, Judge.
Okay. All right. Sir, you were ordered to stay away. I'm sorry. You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Quandria Veragus. No contact with the victim, Quandria Veragus, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, school, and place of employment at all times. You're out on bonds. You'll see your judge tomorrow for F-23-2039. So count one is $4,000, count two is $1,000. Have a nice day. Next is Eric Toral. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for burglary to an unoccupied structure or conveyance, it says with prejudice. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Let me review for probable cause. So there's no prejudice, right?
No prejudice. I don't know if it's an attempt or like a cartilage burglary. It's a dwelling.
Yeah, he's honored. It's a attempted burglary to an unoccupied dwelling. You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Isabella Marquez. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, school, and place of employment at all times. Stay away from her residence at 5529 McGorry Street in Coral Gables, Florida. So it's the bond's $5,000. Stay away from the victim's property. Next, Anne Guevara.
Bond out.
Bond out. Kershawn Walker Perkins.
Present.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested for 2 cases. You have burglary to an unoccupied conveyance from February 13th of 2026, armed robbery with a weapon, and aggravated battery from March 27th. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
We dealt with the co-defendant earlier.
We saw the co-defendant.
Right. He's allegedly the driver in case ending in 4-8.
There's probable cause for F-26-7348. On this case, the bond is $2,500. The other case, F-26-7370, the armed robbery with a weapon, I need to review, an aggravated battery.
So he's
March 27th.
also the driver, and it looks like the co-defendant may have additional charges.
Give me one sec. So this other case is from March 27th. The victim is 79, went to his bank, did his banking business, left and drove to his apartment complex. Then he's targeted by a red Nissan. They followed him out of the bank, and when he's walking through the parking lot, let's see, he arrives at his apartment complex and walks through the parking lot when the vehicle driven by Mr. Walker parked inside the complex, and that's when the co-defendant, who we saw earlier, who's probably going to be back later, exited the vehicle, approached the victim before he made it to his apartment, and forcibly removed the victim's fanny pack from his possession. There was a struggle, and then the victim fell backward and lost possession of the fanny pack. And that's when the co-defendant swung the fanny pack, utilizing it as a weapon, and struck the victim on the top of his head with blunt force, causing a laceration of the top of the victim's head. Then he fled, entering the passenger side of the vehicle. So they had video surveillance, and they were able to find the perpetrators. So they did cell site warrants, and that both Mr. Walker and Mr. Giles were present near the area of the bank at the relevant times. So they're targeting a Chase Bank over by a Chase Bank by 72nd Street and 87th Avenue. You're ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Pedro Parado. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and place of employment. So, Ms. Corey, do you have any argument regarding count 2, which charges a life felony, or count?
Judge, I would ask you to find probable cause for strong arm robbery. Saying it was the victim's fanny pack.
But it was used as a weapon. The victim suffered injuries, was transported, and the affidavit states that the victim is likely to suffer permanent disfigurement. Victim 79 years old.
There's probable cause for the charges as alleged in the arrest affidavit. Count 1, armed robbery with a weapon, a first-degree felony. I am granting the state's motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing and holding you at no bond. Count 2, there is probable cause for aggravated battery with serious bodily harm on an elderly person, also with a weapon. It's going to be no bond. You will see a judge tomorrow, and that judge will set a final hearing on the state's motion for pretrial detention. Good day, sir. Next is Marcos Borrego, page 15. I'm going to need the computer when you have a chance.
Spanish, please.
Good morning.
Buenos días.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested for possession of cocaine. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Buenos días, señor. Usted fue arrestado por posesión de cocaína. Le nombraré a la Defensoría Pública para que lo represente.
There's probable cause for the charge. Where do you live, sir? In Miami or Cape Coral?
In Miami or where, Your Honor?
Cape Coral.
Cape Coral, thank you very much. Le nombro a la Defensoría Pública para que lo represente, señor. ¿Dónde vive usted, en Miami o en Cape Coral?
Bueno, estoy viviendo aquí en Miami porque trabajo aquí, pero tengo la dirección de Cape Coral, que es donde vive mi padre.
Well, I am living in Miami because this is where I work, but I have the Cape Coral address because that's where my father lives.
Judge, he's got a bondsman here.
He's got a bondsman.
Oh, there's a bondsman here.
Yes.
$2,500.
Él tiene un afianzador aquí.
$2,500 bond. Have a nice day.
$2,500 de fianza. Que tenga usted un buen día.
Next, we have Joandre Alvarez Morales, page 16.
Bond out.
Bond out. Javier Baez Padilla.
He's out on felony bond on 3 cases. He also has an immigration hold.
Spanish, please.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested for burglary to an unoccupied structure and grand theft. It's from January 8th.
Buenos días, señor. Usted fue arrestado por allanamiento delictivo de un edificio no ocupado y hurto en mayor cuantía. Esto data del 10 de enero.
He's out on bond. I'm not sure if this case predates the open case. Can you run F-26-1430 to see what date he was arrested?
Él estaba en libertad bajo fianza por caso de delito mayor. Yo no sé si este caso antecede al caso de delito mayor.
January 22nd.
There's 3 cases. He's out.
There's no hold on those 3 open cases.
Okay.
This case predates it.
No hay retención sobre estos 3 casos, ya que este caso lo antecede.
You also have an immigration hold, though.
Usted también tiene, sin embargo, un auto de detención de inmigración.
Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the apartment building at 2220 Northeast 2nd Avenue in Miami, Florida.
Señor, se le ordena que se mantenga alejado del edificio de apartamentos en el 2220 Noroeste 2 Avenida en Miami, Florida.
So the bond on count 1, burglary to the unoccupied structure, is $2,500. Count 2, grand theft, is $2,500. Good day.
Así que la fianza para el cargo 1, allanamiento delictivo de una estructura no ocupada, $2,500. Cargo número 2, hurto mayor, $2,500 de fianza. Buen día.
Next, page 16, Leosvel Lafeta Barato.
Spanish, please.
Yes.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested for an attempted burglary to an unoccupied structure.
Buenos días, señor. Usted fue arrestado por intento de allanamiento delictivo de una estructura o edificio no ocupado.
This is from March 26 at 2:43 in the morning.
Esto data del 26 de marzo a las 2:43 de la madrugada.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Le nombro a la Defensoría Pública para que lo represente.
There is probable cause for the charge
Hay motivo fundado para el cargo
of attempted burglary to an unoccupied structure.
de tentativa de allanamiento delictivo de edificio no ocupado.
You are ordered to stay away from the San Lazaro Pet Shop at 429 East 9th Street in Hialeah, Florida.
Se le ordena que se mantenga alejado de la tienda de animales San Lázaro, ubicada en la 429 Este 9 Calle en Hialeah.
All right, so he has an open trespass case. I think a bond's appropriate, and it's going to be $2,500.
Bien, así que él tiene un caso en curso de entrada ilegal. Pienso que el imponerle fianza será apropiado, $2,500 de fianza.
Good day, sir.
Buen día, señor.
Judge, Mr. Lafita Boroto does not have funds for bond. Would Your Honor consider a TAP program?
Su señoría, el señor Barroto no tiene los fondos necesarios para pagar una fianza. ¿Consideraría usted concederle la libertad bajo el programa TAP?
State, he has an open trespass. What's your
Right, so he's
position?
got a 364 upon revocation of probation in 24.
Así que él tiene 364 días tras haberle revocado la probatoria en el año 24.
He's got 30 days last year for trespassing.
Y él recibió 30 días el año pasado por entrada ilegal.
A conviction a couple weeks ago for camping. And he's got the open case. I think he's
Una condena de hace un par de semanas por acampar y él tiene el caso abierto. Pienso que tiene demasiado.
The bond's
Ha dicho la fiscal.
$2,500. I'm not giving him a program.
La fianza es de $2,500. No le voy a conceder un programa a él.
Next is Blaine Kecho or Kehoe.
Added charge.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested for a burglary with an assault or battery. This is from June 27th of 2025. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for the charge. You are ordered to stay away from the North Miami City Hall, the city clerk's office at 776 Northeast 125th Street in North Miami, Florida. You are not allowed to go to that location and you must stay away from there, sir. I'm going to,
No probable cause for burglary. It indicates some erratic behavior. They're saying that he had a pen and he said, "I've got you now." Not really good.
causing all
He held
three
it
victims to be in
overhead.
fear.
Right. It said he held the pen overhead and said, "I've got you now," and they were all in fear.
There's nothing indicating he's trying to threaten them with it, Judge.
He held the pen over his head.
Just sounds like he was excited at the time.
It's an employee-only area. The city clerk's office needed a key access code. 3 victims inside struggled to try to keep him from getting inside. He armed himself with a pen and held it overhand manner while stating, "I've got you now," causing all 3 victims to be in fear. He's able to breach the doorway. There's probable cause for burglary with an assault or battery. It's no bond. I'll see a judge when the lawyer sets it down. But there's probable cause. But it's a serious charge. It's a first-degree felony. It's pursuant to an Arthur hearing. Good day, sir. Next is Carlos Estevez, page 17. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for failure to redeliver a hired vehicle. It's from February 14th. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause. Should I give him tap? Any objections, State?
Okay.
Tap alternate bond $2,500. Do you have an address or no? You need a new.
He has an address, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Next is Francisco Fagundo Alducin, page 17, top of 18.
We'll need the Spanish interpreter, please.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested for 2 cases. One of them is from April 14th, yesterday, an attempted armed robbery with a weapon.
Buenos días, señor. Usted fue arrestado por 2 casos. Uno de ellos es del día de ayer. Es una tentativa de robo a mano armada con un arma.
And the other case is possession of cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia, and resisting an officer without violence.
Y el otro caso es posesión de cocaína, posesión de artículos para el consumo de narcóticos y de resistirse a un agente de la policía sin violencia.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Le nombro a la Defensoría Pública para que lo represente.
There is probable cause for an attempted armed robbery with a weapon.
Judge, I'd ask you find no probable cause for the attempted armed robbery. It looks like at best would be an aggravated assault.
Hay motivo fundado para tentativa de robo a mano armada con el uso de un arma. La defensa ha dicho, le pido que no encuentre motivo fundado para eso, sino como máximo asalto agravado.
They're saying that while they were still in the store, the victim recovered the merchandise.
Están diciendo de que mientras que todavía se encontraban adentro de la tienda, la víctima recuperó la mercancía.
He was attempted at the time of the taking. He was armed at the time of the taking with a metal rod, told the victim he's going to cut you as he bypassed the registers to leave the store with the merchandise.
Bien, él se encontraba armado en el momento que iba a sustraer las cosas y le dijo a la víctima que la iba a cortar con la vara de metal.
Does he have an immigration hold?
But Judge, it says, I think Miss Corey's issue is that he wasn't out of the store, but it does say that he passed all of the registers.
That's what he attempted.
Como dijo la abogada Curry, de que él estaba fuera de la tienda, pero él pasó por todas las cajas registradoras. Y la señora jueza ha preguntado si tiene detención de inmigración.
No immigration hold corrections?
No, Judge, according to the jail card.
Not yet. Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim whose initials are JJ.
Señor, se le ordena que se mantenga alejado de la presunta víctima, cuyas iniciales son JJ.
No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto alguno con la víctima, ni directa ni indirectamente, ni en persona, ni por escrito, ni por teléfono, ni a través de terceras
No
personas.
contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means.
Ningún contacto con la víctima a través de redes sociales, ni a través de ningún medio electrónico.
Angie must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home and school, and place of employment at all times.
Y debe mantenerse alejado a un mínimo de 500 pies de distancia de la persona de la víctima, de su residencia, centro de estudios y de trabajo y en todo momento.
Stay away from the Walmart at 6991 Southwest 8th Street in Miami, Florida.
Manténgase alejado de la tienda Walmart en la 6991 Suroeste 8 Calle en Miami.
Miss Beth, when did he enter the country?
¿Cuándo entró él al país?
You show it?
I know he's been here since at least 24.
Yo sé que él ha estado aquí desde por lo menos el 2024.
What bond do you want on this charge? It's because it's violent. You want $10,000?
Yes.
On
10,000.
F-26-7309, I'm sorry, F-26-7315, attempted armed robbery with a weapon will be a $10,000 bond.
En la causa F-26-7315, tentativa de robo a mano armada con un arma, $10,000 de fianza.
The other case, there's probable cause for the charges. Count 1, possession of cocaine, its residue, $1,000 bond.
Para los otros cargos, para el cargo número 1, posesión de residuo de cocaína, $1,000.
Count 2, possession of drug paraphernalia, $500.
Y para el cargo número 2, posesión de artículos para el consumo de narcóticos, $500.
And count 3, resisting an officer without violence is $500, excuse me, $500.
Y para el cargo 3, resistirse al agente de la policía sin violencia, $500 de
Good day,
fianza.
sir.
Buen día, señor.
That's it for the morning calendar, right? Where more? Do you have anything else, corrections? I don't.
No, Judge.
Thank you. We'll see everybody. What's a
At
good
what
time?
time?
I'm looking at 1:15, 1:20. It's, what do you all want?
1:30,
No. Try again.
1:20.
1:20. We're gonna try for 1:20. No, I don't really care if you want whatever you want. I
And
prefer 1:20, but if.
You can do
try-
1:20, Judge.
Please.
1:20.
120?
120, that's a good compromise. How's that?
Are there, is corrections okay with that? We'll defer to corrections. I want
Yes,
to get
Judge,
the
we'll
vote.
try. 1:20.
You what?
We'll try.
You do your best. No, let's just wait patiently, okay? See you later.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Video, I'm ready. Yeah, 305. That was so sad. Heard about the Israel. Terrible. It says video. The one says video 305-548. Yeah. You want to give me some of the arrest affidavits? You got to assemble them. Give me some papers, I'll do it if you don't.
Recording in progress.
Hi, everybody. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to Felony First Appearance Hearings. I am Judge Mindy GLAZER. I will be presiding today. The video for first appearance hearings has been played to all defendants. I need everyone to please stand up, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by our clerk.
Buenas tardes a todos. Soy la juez Mindy GLAZER. Es la primera comparecencia. Ya se ha puesto el video para todos. Ahora, por favor, levanten su mano derecha, pónganse de pie para que presten juramento.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Say I do.
Pero no afirman que el testimonio que van a dar es la verdad, nada más que la verdad y únicamente la verdad. Por favor, respondan en voz alta.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
Gracias, tomen asiento.
Under oath?
No, I haven't.
Okay. May you please raise your right hand? Do you swear that you will and faithfully interpret from English to Spanish, Spanish to English, the questions asked and answer given to the best of your ability, and that you have such ability?
Yes, I do. My name is Diana Echeverri, co-interpreter.
Thank you.
You're
All right,
welcome.
if there's anybody here for a case on Zoom, please type the defendant's name in the chat room.
Bien, si hay alguna persona que esté aquí por algún caso, por favor, escriba el nombre del acusado en el chat.
All right, can the attorneys announce, please state?
Nessa F on behalf of the state.
Good afternoon.
Rebecca Corey, Assistant Public Defender. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can I have the A forms, please? All right, let's start. We have Kiara Herbinger.
NBC, Your Honor.
NBC. Okay, let me review for probable cause. Here we go. So there's probable cause for count 1 and 2. You said it for tomorrow. All right. Next we have Marissa Stiller.
Spiller.
Ms. Spiller is present.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You were arrested for violation of an injunction, 2 counts. Violation of domestic violence injunction, possession of cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia, disorderly conduct. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for count 1, 2, 3, and 4. Ma'am, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, your brother, Anthony Spiller. No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and follow receipt with the court. Do you understand the stay away order, ma'am?
Yeah. But Judge, the only issue is apparently he's the payee on her disability check.
She has an injunction. He's the payee.
If he's the payee, that's an issue.
Not for, he has opened 2 injunctions already. This is the 3rd, it's a violation.
Judge, Ms. Spiller has benefits. I reached out to the hospital to see if she qualifies. Would Your Honor consider resetting this for possible hospitalization?
Yes, ma'am, I will. Reset for hospital. Remember, she has an open B case of criminal mischief too. I don't know if she's in custody or not.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Reset it for the hospital tomorrow. Have a nice day. Next, we have Shantia Moore. Page 1. Is she here or is she still refusing?
Oh, she's here, Your Honor.
All right. Good afternoon, Miss Moore, Miss McIyer, excuse me. I don't know. Ma'am, you were arrested for aggravated assault with a firearm from March 7th. I will appoint the public defender's office to you. Do you live with the victims or no? The niece?
No, that's my sister, my oldest sister.
You don't live with them?
No, I live with my
Why
mom and
did you
dad.
stay away? I thought you just pointed out one. Was it both?
It's 2 victims.
All right, stay away from the alleged victims, Shantira Elam and Kyla Levitt. No contact with the alleged victims, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victims through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victims, their home and school, and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and follow receipt with the court. Do you understand the stay away order?
Yes.
All right. This was a month ago. You got no prior. You got objection in pretrial.
I'll defer to the court.
Pretrial services alternate bond, $5,000. I'll order her in. Stay away from the victims. Have a nice day. Next, we have Olivia Gamez Nunez, page 1. Is she here or is she refusing?
She's here.
She may qualify for a program.
Is she eligible for pretrial? Huh? Okay. Good afternoon. Ma'am, you were arrested for possession of
Spanish, please.
cocaine. Spanish, please. Good afternoon, ma'am. You were arrested for possession of cocaine, tampering with evidence, and resisting an officer without violence.
Bien, señora, usted se encuentra aquí por tenencia de cocaína, manipulación de pruebas y resistirse a un policía sin violencia.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Se le está nombrando a un abogado de oficio.
How long have you lived here in Miami?
¿Cuánto hace que vive en Miami?
Hace 12 años.
¿Cuánto?
12 años.
It's been 12 years.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Pretrial services alternate bond. Count one, possession of cocaine is $2,500. Count two, tampering with evidence will be $1,000. Count three, count three is resisting without is $500.
Bien, señora, entonces le ofrecen un programa de servicios antes de juicio, un programa que se llama PTS en inglés, o alternativa de pagar fianza. El cargo 1, tenencia de cocaína 2,500, el cargo 2, que es manipulación de pruebas $1,000, el tercer cargo, que es resistirse a un policía sin violencia, $500. Eso es todo, señora.
Corrections, can I call out a turn on number 14 for a private lawyer or no?
Yes, Your Honor, he's here.
Let's bring in Diego Benita Ariza. Page 5. What's the matter with the lawyers today? Is the hand not working? They usually raise their hand when they're, where'd he go? Thank you.
We'll need the Spanish interpreter, please.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested for possession with intent to sell cannabis within 1,000 feet of a school, possession with intent to sell cannabis, possession of more than 20 grams of cannabis, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Spanish, please. I can't hear you.
Sorry, Your Honor. Could you repeat the charges and pause in between them, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you so
Possession
much.
with intent to sell cannabis within 1,000 feet of a school.
Buenas tardes, señor. Se le acusa de tenencia de cannabis con intención de venta a 1,000 pies de una escuela.
Possession with intent to sell cannabis.
Tenencia con intención de venta de cannabis.
Possession of more than 20 grams of cannabis.
Tenencia de más de 20 gramos de cannabis.
Possession of drug paraphernalia.
Y tenencia de parafernalia de drogas.
Your attorney's here. Mr. Del Villar, are you there?
Su abogado está aquí, el señor Davilar.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
Where's your video? I don't see you.
I'm on vacation. I can pull over. That's not a problem.
That's all right. Any argument regarding probable cause?
Yes, Judge. With regards to the possession or sale within 1,000 feet of the school, I might have missed something, but I don't see anything in the affidavit that indicates the presence of a school or a distance or measurements with regards to a school or such facility.
Bien, ¿tiene algún argumento? Bueno, el único argumento que tengo es con respecto al cargo que se refiere a venta cerca de una escuela, ya que no veo ninguna referencia a distancia ni de escuelas en el formulario de arresto.
I didn't see anything about a school or either.
Yo tampoco he visto nada referente a una escuela.
But there, I think it's like a school there, Allison Academy, maybe. But they didn't mark it, so there's no probable cause for school enhancement.
No hay motivo fundado para que se resalte a cerca de una escuela.
With that in mind, Judge, I would just ask for the standard bond.
Teniendo eso en cuenta, pido la fianza estándar.
All right, count one, no probable cause, release outright.
Bien, en el cargo 1 no encuentro motivo fundado y es liberación directa.
Count 2, possession with intent to sell cannabis would be $1,000.
En el cargo 2, que es tenencia con intención de venta, son $1,000 de fianza.
Count 3, possession of more than 20 grams of cannabis is $500.
En el cargo 3, que es tenencia de más de 20 gramos de marihuana, $500 de fianza.
Count 4, possession of drug paraphernalia, $500.
Y en el cargo 4, tenencia de parafernalia de drogas, $500 de fianza.
All right, you have a good lawyer. Listen to what he tells you. Have a good day.
Thank you,
Usted
Judge.
tiene un buen abogado, escuche lo que él le diga, que tenga un buen día. Hasta luego.
And Judge, we do have a private here now from Mr. Charles on page 3, whenever you're ready.
Ron Charles, page 3.
Yes. Mr. Pierre. Promote.
Good afternoon, Mr. Charles. You were arrested for aggravated battery on a law enforcement officer, 6 count of resisting an officer with violence, 1 count of possession of a weapon while committing an offense. And your attorney is here. Good afternoon. Can you please state your name, counsel?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Chad Piotrowski on behalf of Mr. Charles.
Good afternoon. Do you have any argument regarding probable cause?
I do. I can just list them briefly, and if you need argument, I can obviously make it. Count 1, I would just ask for PC for bat Leo, not aggravate it.
I agree.
Count 2. Sorry?
I agree.
Okay, perfect. Count 2, I'm asking for resisting with violence only, not while armed.
Okay, and it should just be 1 count rather than the 6, but it does sort of say he was reaching for the book bag where the firearm was located, although it doesn't specifically say that he was able to get the gun. So there was a gun there.
One without?
That's fine.
And then I would ask for no PC count 3. And I would ask for no PC count 4.
Checking the DWLS.
That's not before me.
Yeah.
Right. The only thing it says is I issued him a citation for a DWLS. It doesn't say.
He goes before the misdemeanor judge on that.
He already went, he received 150.
Who's a judge there today?
Capote.
Okay. I count 1, there's probable cause for battery on a law enforcement officer, $5,000 bond. Count 2, resisting an officer with violence is $2,500. I'm sorry, I'll make that $2,000. 1 second. Count 3, resisting without, I'll find probable cause for resisting without, $500. So count 4, oh, I'm sorry, I gotta figure out how many there are. All right, so count 4, 5, 6, and 7 ROR. ROR each count. Then count 8, possession of a weapon while committing an offense. I'm okay doing an ROR. All right, so you have a good lawyer. Listen to what he tells you. Total bond is $7,500. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Plus the 150 from traffic.
And then you got the 150 for the traffic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more lawyers? No? Everybody else has to wait. Sorry. Isaiah Owens, page 3. Okay, for those of you writing notes in the chat, it's not up to me to file charges. That's up to the state attorney's office. You need to speak with the state. They make the ultimate filing decision. Good afternoon, Mr. Owens. You were arrested for possession with intent to sell crack cocaine, possession of cocaine, possession of MDMA, possession with intent to sell cannabis, possession of more than 20 grams of cannabis, possession with intent to sell oxycodone, possession of oxycodone. So I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Let me review for probable cause.
In terms of criminal history, the defendant's got a prior 10-year federal sentence. It was possession with intent and felon in possession. But it looks like he was released from that in 2013.
I believe there's probable cause for count 1, count 2, count 3, and count 4. Didn't charge him for the oxycodone. Oh, he did on the back, sorry. All right. Count 1, possession with intent to sell cocaine. I'll set it at $5,000. Count 2, it's possession with intent to sell crack, I guess. It's $2,500. Count 3, possession of MDMA, $2,500. Count 4, possession with intent to sell cannabis. I'll set, how much cannabis was there? A lot, a little? What do you want on that?
1,000?
Huh?
Would you do $1, Judge?
What do you want? Is that a dollar
I'm asking for 1,000. Miss Corey's asking for $1.
for cannabis?
There's no way.
They said a large, get a lot, green leafy bag, medium-sized bag filled with green leafy substance cannabis. I mean, there's probable cause for the charges. All right, $1 count 3, $1 count 4.
$1 count 4 or count 3, but 2,500?
No, I did $1 count 3.
Judge, I think you, so count 1 and 2, you split the cocaine. Count
Right.
3 was the MDMA.
Oh, I'm sorry, 3 is 2,500. Thank you. 4, 5, and 4 and 5, I'll do $1 each. Count 6, it was, I think, 1 pill, right? Of oxy.
It says,
No,
no,
I
it says a
mean, they're
medium
bag-
baggie filled with pills.
Yellow pills.
Which are the oxy.
There's probable cause for possession with intent to sell oxycodone. I'll set that at $5,000. Then count, what was that? That was 6. Count 7. Oh, it's possession of oxycodone. 2,500. The total bond is 17,502. Good luck to you, sir. Wayne Yates, page 3.
I was not able to get in touch with the officer. Can we
You want me to
pass it to
reset
the,
it tomorrow?
or pass it to the end?
Okay. Carlos Mir, page 3. Out on probation, hold for F23 73889B.
He's also P-Funks.
He's out on bond, hold for F23 73889B. Good afternoon, Mr. Mir. You were arrested for driving with a suspended license, third or subsequent conviction. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause. $2,500 bond. You'll see your judge tomorrow. Good day, sir. David Silva, page 4. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for possession of a controlled substance called methamphetamine, grand theft, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So let me review.
I don't think I saw the value for the bike.
There's probable cause for possession of a controlled substance, petty theft. I'm not sure what the drug paraphernalia is.
It's a pipe, Judge.
Pipe, yeah,
Pipe.
pipe residue.
Didn't see any value for the bike.
No,
Judge, would Your Honor consider any sort of program for Mr. Silva?
So 6 grams of meth. It's, let me see. And it's got,
From no February.
right, 420 days. He was released a couple months ago.
There's a couple of cases.
It's from a 2024 case, Judge.
Well,
I
I'm
think
still stealing. People be like,
No, man.
6 grams of meth. I don't know, Sue, what's your?
Requesting a bond. He had, it looks like 6 grams. He's got a little bit of a break because we don't know how much the bike costs.
Count 1, possession of the crystal meth.
I would ask if you would consider TAP, Judge.
I'm not. $2,500. Count 2, $150 for the petty theft. Count 3, possession of drug paraphernalia, $1. Good luck to you, sir.
2,500, 150 and $1?
Yeah,
Straight bond?
straight bond.
Okay.
Next is Juan Hiron. Page 4. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for domestic battery by strangulation and battery. Can you afford to hire a lawyer?
No.
I'll appoint the public defender's office for you. Let me review. So there's probable cause for the charge. Is a victim here or no?
I don't think so. We can ask. Mr. Romero Garcia, if you're here, let us know. Raise your hand on Zoom, write something in the chat.
All right, the victim's not here that I see.
Señor Romero García, si se encuentra presente, levante su mano o escríbalo en el chat.
Sir, I'm entering a stay away order from the alleged victim, Samuel Romero Garcia. No contact with the alleged victim. I'm gonna let you go ahead and interpret it. Wait, you need the interpreter or no?
I think she was just asking if the victim did.
He doesn't need the interpreter.
He doesn't need it. His husband needs it.
I didn't, but the husband's not here.
Correct. Well, not that
We
we
don't
know.
think he's here.
Your Honor, if you like, I can interpret for him.
No, I don't think he needs the interpreter, just for the victim, but he's not here.
Okay.
But thank you for checking.
Right, no contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home and school and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. Do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. And you may return to the victim's residence one time only. Within 48 hours of your release from jail, you must be accompanied by a police officer so that you can retrieve your personal clothing, health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork and work tools. If you go to the victim's home without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
Yes.
I'll set a bond. 4,000 count 1 and $1,000 count 2. Good luck to you. Next, page 5, Enrico Velasco.
He received a $500 bond in the leaving of the scene of the accident.
Judge, did you call Mr. Velasco?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Velasco's present.
Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for trespass at an agricultural site, loitering or prowling and leaving the scene of an accident with property damage. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. And there's probable cause. Is there an objection to the program?
Okay.
Huh? Velasco. You got it? All right, pretrial alternate bond, count one will be $1,500. Count two. Oh, it's only two counts here. I'm sorry. Leaving the scene isn't before me. Count two was $150. What happened to his other case?
A $500 bond,
How much?
500.
And you have any objection if I include that with pretrial?
Yes, because I don't know anything about the traffic history or anything like that.
Judge, I would ask if you would include the traffic charge. I mean, the state has access to his TPOs. I mean, she pulls them every day.
Well,
So
then
she-
Judge Capote reviewed it, decided she shouldn't give him pretrial.
Well, she probably figured he still had to come here and Your Honor could include it.
I don't know what she's figuring. All I know is she had a chance to give it to him and did.
Right, he got into a crash and then he was running into a commercial. I mean, you're already getting pre-trial on the felony.
Pretrial here. Next,
So you are or not including?
What another judge should have done. Renee, is it Renee there? Ms. Gordon here today?
I don't know, Judge. Oh, no, she is here today. I saw her this morning. I'm assuming she's still there. I guess, I don't know if they're still in court, Judge. They'd already sent everybody back. I can see if we can bring them back.
I can't give pretrial. I'm not gonna.
Judge, you do have the authority to do it. You are a circuit court judge. You have that ability on a misdemeanor. You've done it on other cases before.
But she's setting all these crazy high bonds. I'm not touching it, maybe because it's a fleeing. He got hit and run and left. I don't have a problem doing it in this case, but not on a hit and run. All right, next is Alexander Rodriguez. Good afternoon, Mr. Rodriguez. You were arrested for trafficking in crystal meth, trafficking in, I don't know what that is, a controlled substance. Is that GHB? I'm not sure. Butanidol, and possession with intent to sell, possession of Xanax. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. I don't know, what is butanidol?
Google it.
Hmm? Oh, GHB, I believe. I don't think you can traffic in that. But there's a lot of methamphetamine. Plus, he had a fugitive warrant. Oh, that's 2015.
You can traffic in that substance over 1 kilogram is trafficking.
Oh, okay. But he didn't have over a
He had
kilogram.
4 kilograms, yeah.
Oh,
So it's
he did.
trafficking.
Thank you. There's probable cause for the charges. What do you want on count one? It's not the usual.
Well, let me see. It was
Has
220.
more
I
than
just
10
want to see what the
times.
minimum mandatory is.
He has more than 10 times
The
the.
judge, I think it's going to be the 15-year min man.
I'll set the bond on count one at $25,000. Count two, trafficking in the GHB is $15,000. Count 3, possession of the controlled substance. I think it should be intent to sell, but I'll leave it at 2,500. All right.
State's requesting a nebia.
No, I'm not gonna do it now. He can bond.
It's over state's objection.
Have a good day. Next is Michael Kagan, page 5. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for trafficking in methamphetamine, possession with intent to sell methamphetamine, possession of a controlled substance, GHB, and driving with a license permanently revoked, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Judge, it's a lot of methamphetamine. Looks like over 1,300 grams. So that's the 15-year min-man. And he was just released from prison in August. State's requesting $100,000 bond plus nebia as to count number 1.
What's he facing for the minimum mandatory? 15 years? Ms. Anna?
Yes, the 15-year min-man.
Judge, would you be able to set a bond no more than $25,000? Mr. Kagan thinks with the assistance of family, he might be able to make a $25,000 bond.
I don't know.
Judge, he did 4 years for armed trafficking, released less than a year ago, and now he's facing a trafficking charge that carries a 15-year min-man.
Count 1, possession. 1 second. Oh. Let's talk about the trafficking amount for the GH. Oh, it's just possession. Okay. Count 1, I'll set that at trafficking in amphetamines. No, that's going to be 35. I'm sorry, I'll set count 1 at $25,000. Count 2, possession with intent to sell. The methamphetamine is going to be $10,000. Count 3, possession of the controlled substance, the GHB, $2,500. Count 4, driving with a license permanently revoked, $2,500. Count 5, possession of drug paraphernalia. Oh, scale. What's that state?
It's the baggies, pipes, bongs, boom.
Those $500 for count 5. So
Also requesting a nebia.
plus a nebia requirement, you have to show the money used to post your bond is from a legitimate source of funds. Good day, sir. Next, we have on page 6, Anthony George.
He has a writ for child support, $2,000 cash purge. He received a bond of $1,500 on his reckless driving.
Thank you. Is he there? Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for possession of a controlled substance called methamphetamine, fleeing and eluding a police officer. So count 3 is possession of drug paraphernalia. Count 4, resisting without. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for everything. Count 1, possession of the methamphetamine, its residue, $1,000. Count 2, fleeing and eluding. I'm setting that at $2,500, even though he was on a scooter, I believe. Count 3, drug paraphernalia possession is $500. Count 4, resisting without, $500. Have a nice day. Travis Tillman.
Mr. Tillman is on felony bonds.
I don't know if there's somebody here for him. I don't know if it's a victim. I don't know. I think the victim may be here. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for 1 count of kidnapping, 1 count of battery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. You are out on felony bond. There's a hold for case F263814. So I don't know if the victim is here and wants to be heard. You can turn on your video, please. She doesn't want to be heard, so let me repeat.
But she indicated she didn't want to press charges.
Hello?
There she is.
Ma'am, you got to put on your video and I have to swear you in if you want to be heard. Thank you. Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are going to give in this proceeding will be the truth, if so state I do?
Yes.
Okay, what is your name, please?
Skylar Hammonds.
Ms. Hammonds, are you afraid of Mr. Tillman?
No.
You want the court to order him to stay away from you?
No.
State any question.
No questions, but based upon the facts of the case, state is requesting a stay away order.
I don't.
Ms.
I don't.
For the victim?
Yes, Judge. Miss Hammond, did you make a statement to Travis indicating that you'd rather be inside the trunk and not around him?
No.
Objection leading.
Oh, she answered it. Isn't it?
Well, but that, I think Ms. Corey suggested. Okay.
So you had a
So Judge, I understand that she may not want to press charges, but in the A form, it says he admitted to putting her inside of the trunk of the vehicle, driving away with her in the trunk and hitting her. There's clearly probable cause based upon what was told to the officers.
I don't want to press charges.
Right, and it's up to the state to decide whether or not charges will be filed.
Sarah, you don't want to stay away order. I'll enter a modified. I'm gonna allow you to, sir, I'm gonna enter a modified stay away order from the alleged victim whose initials are SH. You are allowed to have contact with the alleged victim. You are prohibited from being physically threatening or violent towards her in any manner whatsoever. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and follow receipt with the court. You understand the modified stay orders?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. He still has a hold and there's still probable cause charges. I'm granting the state's motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing. and holding you with no bonds on count one, the kidnapping. Count two, that's $1,000. And you'll see your judge tomorrow. It's before Judge Delancey tomorrow. All right, thank you for coming in, ma'am. Next is Wilfred Valentius.
Added charge. He's also a fugitive from Florida Corrections.
Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for 2 counts of attempted burglary to an unoccupied conveyance. This is from March 25th. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So there's probable cause for the charges. Count one is $2,500. Count two is $2,500. And stay away from the victim RR and their residence at 14941 Polk Street in Miami, Florida. You're not allowed to go to that location. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, their home, school, and place of employment. Have a good day. Next case is Terrell Robbins.
Ward D.
Let me review.
I don't know if the family of the victim is present. The defendant wasn't brought to the court because he's in the hospital, and I believe we're gonna reset the case for tomorrow. Unless Ms. Corey, you want to waive his presence, and then it can be set in front of the division judge. Actually, no, we should reset it for tomorrow.
We'll see if we can get him in before the court tomorrow, Judge.
There's probable cause for the charge. I'll appoint the public defender's office and reset it for tomorrow.
For the record, we'll be invoking Mr. Robbins' right to counsel and his right to remain silent.
I've had the case for probable cause hearing for Wayne Yates.
So I have not been able to get in touch with the officer. If Your Honor would,
Set it tomorrow. Set it
or
Monday.
Your Honor could increase the bond on a petty theft for count two.
All right.
If you look at the defendant's criminal history, I do see a prior prison sentence also for burglary to conveyance,
Okay. Is he there?
right? Multiple prior convictions.
Good afternoon, sir. The officer didn't come in, so there's probable cause for burglary to an unoccupied conveyance, $2,500 bond. Count two, there's only probable cause for petty theft, a second-degree misdemeanor. That's a $500 bond. Have a good day.
Your Honor, we have the in-state from this morning.
Okay. I don't have an in-state calendar, though. Did you take my in-state calendar, or is it here? Oh, I don't have it. Hello. What was this? The stipulated legal bond?
Yes.
Oh, I got a problem. This computer,
Is this, which defendant is this?
In Melville?
Right, I think
Also,
I haven't gotten a respond yet, back yet, but they referred it to the Osceola office. Ms. Corey, have you heard anything?
No, if we can reset him for tomorrow, hopefully we'll have a response by then.
Reset tomorrow, thank you.
Okay.
That's it for the afternoon calendar. I hope everybody has a very nice day.
you too. Thank
See you
you.
tomorrow.
Thank you, Judge.
Good day.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.